Following is a presentation of Fox Sports.
We are Fox Sports. We are St. Louis.
Matt Holliday with 3 RBIs in Game 1. A victory over Chris Carter and the Milwaukee Brewers. The pitching of Jaime Garcia, outstanding. Some strikeouts and groundouts along the way. The defense stood out for St. Louis, and so did the bat of Aledmys Diaz. The Cardinals and Brewers, we hope at some point, playing game number 2 today. Baseball is coming up. This is St. Louis Cardinals baseball, and it's a rainy Saturday afternoon here in St. Louis. The Milwaukee Brewers and the St. Louis Cardinals coming up at some point on Fox Sports Midwest. Well, you can see behind us, that's the Matt and Gary, and I'm Dan McLaughlin. Jim Hayes is here. The tarp is on the field. We hope to play baseball at some point. The forecast is not good. Lots of rain in the area. Lots of rain coming through. But when we do get to baseball, it will be Adam Wainwright on the mound today.
Yeah, Adam Wainwright's facing one of his favorite opponents. He's 12-8 lifetime against the Milwaukee Brewers. So victory here today, he would join Houston Astros and the Chicago Cubs, along with Milwaukee, as the teams that Adam has won the most against them, 13 times each. A lot of rain, though, but we're going to bring you baseball as soon as we can.
So to sit back, take it all in, Rick Horton, Scott Warman, Jim Hayes, they'll keep you so entertained as they always do. At some point, baseball will happen today.
faltered, but like you said, they just delayed it a few hours. Of course, Adam Wainwright can't wait to pitch against the Brewers, one of his favorite opponents.
Flashback, and this is a video that you don't like to see. That's when he tore the Achilles heel April 25th of 2015 last season. And amazingly, Adam Wainwright was able to come back, rehab, and pitch in that season when most believed he would not.
Dan, I think it almost tricked us because, as you said, he came back in September, pitched out of the bullpen, so we thought that he would have kind of a normal offseason and be able to go out there. But I think the Cardinals starters didn't throw enough in spring training, and it really affected Adam Wainwright more than the others. But every month his ERA has gotten better, and July traditionally has always been his best month. So let's see it go. Down, down, down.
Still a light drizzle here at the ballpark after heavy rains. The Cardinals feel there is a small window to get this game in. There is rain in the forecast later for this afternoon and tonight. Jonathan Villar will lead it off. Leads the National League in stolen bases with 26. Milwaukee leads the entire league in steals at 67. Then Scooter Gennett, Ryan Braun, Jonathan Lucroy, Chris Carter, fourth in the National League in home runs. Kirk Neuenhuis, Hernan Perez, Ramon Flores, and the pitcher batting ninth, that's Jimmy Nelson.
The Brewers kind of changed their attitude a little bit. They're trying to be more patient and obviously utilize the speed.
Here's Villar, a switch hitter. He's batting 300. 6 home runs. He's driven in 30, and the first pitch is taken for a ball. Monday pitch arsenal, fastball, a curve, throwing that about 29% of the time. Change up the cutter. That's ripped down the right field line, and a foul ball.
I'm really surprised when you look at that Hyundai pitch arsenal at only 41% fastballs. And he's actually had trouble this year. I don't remember this being a fact in the past of retiring the first batter of an inning. Both starters today have that problem.
Waino, 8th worst in baseball. Nelson, first batter of an inning, the worst in baseball. There's that signature breaking ball from Adam Wainwright. Rain delay 1 hour 34 minutes here at Busch Stadium. 1:34.
Obviously, Villar with those 26 steals that leads major leagues. Keep him off base.
It took something off that curveball. It picks up a strikeout to start our afternoon. Cardinals defensively with Holiday, no errors in left. Tommy Pham, no errors in center. Piscotty, 3 this year. He's in right. Garcia, Diaz, Wong, and Mossel on the infield. Molina's behind the plate. And around the horn is brought to you by Dobbs. How about Aledmys Diaz last night? 11 assists for the Cardinal shortstop.
I was anxious to look at the notes today and see how many of those 11 did they say were, defensive gems. I thought at least 2.
Ooh, I was hoping for a defensive gem right there. That was close. He was playing up towards the middle, and Scooter Gennett picks up a base hit to left.
Now one of those defensive shifts. They just moved enough to where that ball was not at him. He would have stayed more at traditional shortstop. This ball would have been in his hip pocket, but playing up the middle, it's too far to his right, and he's got the base hit.
Brings in Ryan Braun. He is 7th in the National League in average at .320. 13 home runs. He's driven in 44, and he comes in swinging a hot bat. He's been hitting safely in 14 of his last 16 games.
Remember, he had his 11-game hitting streak stopped last night.
So 1 out. See if Waino can't get that ground ball. He does. Hit to the right side. Wong off his glove, stays with it, and he gets Braun. Would have been tough to turn 2, but he does get 1 out of the play.
Yeah, it took a little higher hop on him, and he was spinning a little bit too fast trying to get the double play, get to the lead man. This is the first time Colton, since he's returned from Memphis, that he's played second base. Been playing in the outfield, and see, he's so used to his outfield glove, which is much longer, ball would have stayed in it. But now he's back to his traditional infield second base glove, a little smaller.
So 2 outs, runner in scoring position. Here's Jonathan Lucroy, his 69th start of the season this year for the Brewers. And a breaking ball drops in for a strike. Last 29 starts, hitting the ball very well. .333 average. Outfield is straight away. And the 0-1 pitch. Something to keep in mind with a base hit that gets to the outfield, how the ball skips, how quickly it may get to an outfielder, the grip of the ball back, throwing it into the infield, because the infields are covered up during delays with the tarp. The outfield is not, and it's taken on an awful lot of rain last night and again this morning.
Really, last couple days, but it does drain very, very well.
2 balls and 1 strike.
Remember, the Cardinals for years had artificial turf at Busch Stadium 2. Bill Finley, grounds crew, he's the head of it.
Hey, that was Phil Nichols waving behind Bill Finley there,
impersonating Jim Hayes.
You know, Phil is our cameraman that runs all over the stadium. He's right there, situated behind Billy Finley, and he knows he's on camera but not trying to smile.
Come on, you can get him. There you go. But Finley and his crew, they work very, very hard, and they have today, and they probably will, of course, today and tomorrow with more rain.
Even if you do not have a stoppage in play in this game this afternoon, from here on out, you'll see that drying agent going around the bases and home plate, pitcher's mound. A 2-out walk issued by Adam Wainwright, and it brings in Carter. Something that happens after that first pitch of the ball game is now the umpires are in charge as to whether or not there's stoppages in play or you call the game. Now, they have input from both sides and from the front offices of both organizations, but it is up to the umpires.
You would think that Carter, who is 4th in the National League with his 20 home runs, he hit number 20 last night. He's had 20 or plus home runs 4 straight years, 110 home runs during that time. But you would think with a good breaking ball from Adam Wainwright, Carter could have a tough day.
Curveball again, drops in for a strike. Home run was a line shot over the center field wall last night. You mentioned it, 12th player in Brewers history, 20 or more before the break. Last to do that, his teammate Ryan Braun, and 8th since 2013, as you mentioned, Al, 110 home runs. Number 1 on that list is the Orioles first baseman Chris Davis, who's popped 146.
Carter way back in the batter's box. I would think his reasoning would be to have that breaking ball break before it gets to him. Either get it up in front, try to hit it when it's still kind of before it really moves down, or all the way back in the box like he is.
The 1-2 pitch in the dirt. Cardinals are 5-2 this year against the Brewers, and they've really pitched well against Milwaukee. In the 7 total games, they've only given up 14 runs.
And they've gotten a ton of runs to work with.
Cardinals averaged over 6 runs a game in those 7 against Milwaukee.
See how far back he is.
And the count now runs to a full count, 3-2. And we'll see Scooter Gennett along with Lucroy off with his pitch.
Does he go to the curveball one more time, or does he try to sneak a fastball by him? Maybe the cutter.
3-2 on its way. Broke his bat, ground ball hit to Wainwright, who flips over to Brandon Moss. The Brewers strand 2 in the top of the first, and the Cardinals coming up. There's no score. Cardinal leadoff man Matt Carpenter is with family, a death in his family, so not here today. And leading things off, it'll be Tommy Pham, followed by Aledmys Diaz and Matt Holliday. Then Stephen Piscotty, Brandon Moss, Yadier Molina, Colton Wong, Greg Garcia, and the pitcher batting ninth, that is Adam Wainwright. There'll be Jimmy Nelson, who has really struggled against the Cardinals. 5 starts against St. Louis, 0-4, ERA near 10, and the Cardinals have hit .337 against him.
Has made 5 starts and 1 relief appearance and really has struggled and mightily here. How about Tommy Pham the last time he faced Nelson?
September 17th of last year. You may recall the Cardinals took a 2-0 lead against Jimmy into the 3rd. And then it was one of the scariest plays we've seen in recent memory. Lined the ball off of Nelson's head. That's it towards second base. Scooter Gennett makes the play. Ball went down the left field line. That incident ended his season. And he's facing Tommy Pham for the first time since that game. The Hyundai pitch arsenal, fastball, slider, curve, and change. He's got a pretty good fastball.
Well, he does have a good fastball, and he's throwing it 70% of the time. Now, he also has struggled, as we said, the worst in all baseball, retiring the first man of an inning. And people, you got to hit that fastball. You're going to get 1 or 2 in every at bat.
Inside to Aledmys Diaz. It was the top of this lineup that did the damage last night. Carpenter 2 for 4. Diaz went 2 for 5. Holliday 2 for 4, 3 RBI. Diaz with 3 straight multi-hit games coming into play. And the 1-0 pitch. Interesting to see how they're playing him here defensively. Perez, third baseman, cheating in. We haven't seen teams do that, but they saw his speed and what could have been potentially 2 infield hits last night. 1 was.
And I don't think I've ever seen a shortstop play that much in the hole.
Exactly. Down the left field line and foul.
This could be a pretty good day for Diaz. We know he can turn on a fastball. And also, with his speed, he's always a threat to beat out an infield hit. He leads in that department in the National League. I'm more surprised by that than anything else. But with all the fastballs he's going to see, and now they just moved Scooter Gennett to the.
And he hits it to the right side. Good piece of hitting by Diaz. Thinking 2, and he'll stop at first.
But isn't that the way you run the bases? You go out there leaving the batter's box thinking 2, and then you make the defensive man stop you. Ramon Flores out in right field, and as Diaz came to first base, you know, he was about to pick up the ball, so it put the brakes on. But leave aggressively, leave thinking 2. The right fielder Flores got over there quickly.
That man can run. We
Yes,
found that
he can.
out. Well, here's Holliday. 9 of his 50 RBIs this year have been against Milwaukee.
Had 3 last night.
He's done that 52 times in his Cardinals career. 3 or more RBI in a game. Cardinals are 46-6 in those games.
And Dan, I think when you see those 15 home runs, 12 of the 15 have been since May the 10th. So he's just getting better and better. And I think with the weight loss, he'll keep his strength all the way through the season. He's always had a very good second half. And I think this may be one of his best ones coming up.
Slow start. He's picked it up. You think that the numbers would carry over into the second half. It's game number 80 today, so he's on pace for 30 home runs and 100 RBI.
RBIs.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Holliday. Got inside on him. 1 ball, 1 strike. This year alone, he's been a difference maker. If he does not drive in a run in the middle of this lineup, the Cardinals are 9 below 500. When he does drive in a run, they're 10 games above 500.
So important to this offense. going to bounce into his fair share of double plays because he hits the ball hard and on the ground.
And he did go. It's first base umpire Ron Kolpa. Jerry Meals, crew chief, is at third. Chris Conroy at second. Calling the balls and strikes, Sean Barber.
Matt didn't like it, but I think we can say that yes, he did go through.
It's another game that this offense exploded last night. They've done this now 28 times, 7 or more runs in a game.
And all last year they did it 28 times.
Right. 1-2 pitch to Holiday. Tapped foul.
Nelson has a 2.40 ERA in his home ballpark, but everywhere else it's been 5.66. And we've told you, documented, he's really struggled in this ballpark himself, but he was their big #1 prospect 2 years ago. Not only was the pitcher of the year 14, but Pacific Coast League pitcher.
Good pitch, got him to chase, and the first strikeout for Jimmy Nelson. Good to see Stephen Piscotty back in this lineup, healthy, dealing with a sore foot and ankle, as we saw the other night. Took a foul ball off that ankle, then the play that was hit down the right field line. Ball hit the ankle and foot area, so he missed time briefly. Back in the starting lineup today.
For a young player, he's really blossomed this year into a complete package.
And done so, Al, very quietly.
Yeah, and I think too that one of the things that this club really didn't have a fourth place hitter, a cleanup hitter, and once he moved in there, which you usually try to avoid to a first year player, doesn't faze him a bit.
Brandon Moss at the on deck circle. If Piscotty can extend the inning. Braun, Neuenhuis, Flores in the outfield, Perez, VR, Jeanette, Kreider on the infield. Lucroy is behind the plate. He's one of the best throwers this year in the game. Ouch. So you see that as a pitcher. You're Jimmy Nelson. You go right back inside.
Well, so far I've seen that's been Nelson's strength, is to go inside and then you open up the back part of the plate like he did with a breaking ball he did with Holiday. But the whole key is getting in there enough. But you're talking about after falling the ball off your foot, it's already sore. Just keep on going back in there and
get out of play. Mentioned it in game 1 of this series. You can pretty much pencil in Carpenter at the top of the lineup, Holiday third, and then a variation of players that hit second, and then 5 through 9. Piscotty as a #4 hitter, hitting .241, but you like the on base percentage. It's around .350, and he's driven in 17 of his 40 this year from the cleanup spot. A lot of versatility with these lineups from Mike Matheny. Chases that pitch up and strikes out. Back-to-back Ks for Jimmy Nelson. No score after 1 from Busch Stadium. Ice, Perez, and Flores against Adam Wainwright. A reminder, MLB.tv. Watch games, any game, out of market on your phone, tablet. Restrictions apply. Nieuwenhuis was claimed off of waivers from the Mets in the offseason. We saw him a lot in spring training in Jupiter. Mets train at Port St. Lucie, and it always seems to be either the Marlins or the Mets that the Cardinals would play. And that will change next year. The addition of a couple of teams.
Yeah, Houston and the Nationals both go into Palm Beach Gardens. So 10-15 minutes down the road, that'll be great.
There's only so much you can say about Kirk Nieuwenhuis when he comes up for his 50th plate appearance in 2 weeks. Wainwright, a strikeout number 2. As we turn to Al's Toyota keys to the game.
Well, one of the big keys is going to be the curveball. It's always been Adam's signature pitch, but we talk about his fastball at just 41.4%. That's the 6th fewest, and he hasn't had good fastball command, and teams are hitting .353 against that fastball. So already we've seen maybe the best curveball in quite a while. And if he can spot the fastball like he did to Carter when he jammed him up and in, or that pitch down and away, maybe those numbers will not betray him and help him out.
Hernan Perez. In your opinion, though, Alan, he's not throwing nearly as hard as he once did, certainly when he came out of the bullpen 10 years ago, but has he gotten away from the fastball too much?
I think he has, and one of the things I think he's at times has used that cutter too much.
0-2, he's popped up on the infield. Here's Brandon Moss. 2 down.
That was the cutter there. But actually, statistically, he's throwing the cutter more than his curveball. And see that just ball had a little bit movement. Doesn't have to move a lot. You know, you're trying to hit a round ball with movement with a round bat.
Tough to center it up.
It really is.
That late movement.
That's what you hope for.
Ramon Flores. Milwaukee was busy this offseason. Here's one of their additions. He was acquired from Seattle for Luis Sardinas. Fastball and a strike. So you have the fastball and you're throwing it around 88, 89, 90. It's about spotting it.
Yes. And we've seen a lot of guys be very, very successful with fastballs in that range or even a little bit slower. But you cannot afford to throw it in the middle of the plate, particularly up. So you spot your fastball, everything comes off that pitch. And if you got fastball command, then your secondary pitches will be that much better. Fastball away.
2-1. Ground ball hit up the middle and a base hit with 2 outs here in the 2nd inning.
And I'm not so concerned when when you give up a single on the fastball. It's not like it's going off the wall or doing something, especially with 2 outs.
Here's Jimmy Nelson, who is 3 for 27, 1 RBI, 5 sacrifices coming into play today. Strike 1.
That's pretty much the type of hitter he is. Lifetime, he's a 114 hitter. With that 3 for 27, it's 111. Big guy, though. You don't want to just put something in his wheelhouse.
0-2. Let's hope we get this ball game in. Rain in the forecast, certainly for the evening hours later into tonight. Rain has stopped for the moment. 0-2 pitch by Adam Wainwright in the dirt and blocked by Molina.
One of the interesting things of pitching today is where pitchers really go, pitch for pitch. They try to show their whole arsenal trying to get a hitter out and really don't worry about the second or third time up.
1-2 and it's called a ball. 2-2. Molina wanted to head towards the dugout.
Like he's shooting for down and away. Pitcher's pitch, not right on the black, but doesn't get the call. Rain in the forecast and the pitcher at the plate. Umpires could help us out, couldn't they?
Absolutely. There's the strikeout. 2 in the inning, 3 today. Yadier Molina will try to make history. When we come back, he's due up second, 1 hit shy of 1,500. No score. We check in with Jim Hayes.
Dan, pretty special night for Aledmys Diaz last night. Came back from that eye issue and went right to work. Jaime Garcia doing what Jaime normally does, gets a lot of ground balls. And Diaz ends up with 11 assists and some pretty special defensive plays. Aledmys told me he's playing with a lot more confidence at shortstop now. He says he loves playing behind Jaime because he knows it's going to be a busy night. I asked him about being part of the National League All-Star conversation. Danny told me it's an honor just to be mentioned with some great players, but he's not thinking about that at all now. He just wants to win games.
What a story he has been. We did not expect to see him, at least at this part of the season, and now he may be an all-star, could be the Rookie of the Year. Here's Brandon Moss, and he looks at his strike. Moss hitting .251, 17 home runs, and 39 driven in. But 11 assists last night for Aledmys Diaz.
Very, very busy, and some of those were really good plays. Do that, you do gain confidence in your ability.
The 1-1. Hit the other way, and a base hit for Brandon Moss. Over to get it, Braun. Here comes a throw into second base. Safe.
Ron got that ball back in quickly and a strong throw, so hustling Brandon Moss comes in there safely. Bang, bang play. Slice that ball. They had the defense playing him around to pull. Watch him out of the box. He knows that's potentially extra bases. And then it got closer and closer.
.499 hits for Yadier Molina. Pickoff, and back in safely is Moss. Pretty amazing that when he gets number 1,500. He'll be the 15th Cardinal in the team's history to do that, but only 2 to reach 1,500s and have all of their career hits be with one team. The others, Stan the Man.
And really only the 34th catcher with 1,500.
That surprise you?
Yes. You know, we knew this day was coming, and I've seen that stat before, but you think about all the years of history of baseball and only have 34 have 1,500 hits. Tells you something. A lot of them good defensive catchers, but not much of a hitter.
Here's a 1-0. High chopper, and it's taken there by Perez. Throw to first, and the pick by Carter. Nice play, Hernan Perez. I think it also tells you, too, is that the position is so demanding. And we've talked to Tim McCarver about this and what it does to your hands, and just, you know, you don't think about it. But simply grabbing the bat and how hard that is for a catcher to do.
Yeah, I don't think people realize what the pounding your hands take. And when he gets that 1,500, he's got in a pretty, he's right there with Tim McCarver. Timmy was an outstanding hitter, really could run. Left-handed hitter.
There's a ground ball pulled foul. McCarver with 1,501 hits.
Yeah. So, but McCarver also was a very capable pinch hitter later in his career.
Fastball taken low. Nelson can be wild at times. 42 walks coming into play. That's 4th in the National League, 4th most. And he's hit 9 batters. That's 1st. Here's a 1-1 to Colton Wong.
Funny little stat that I look at is how many times have you hit a batter and how many home runs have you given up. I kind of like it when I see that it's pretty close to being an even number. Even go on my special list I got, if you got higher hit batters than home runs surrendered. He's only allowed 12 and hit what, 9.
Hit sharply to second base. Couple of hops. Scooter Gennett for out number 2. Six is a serious number. Anytime the Cardinals score 6, any size drink, just 50 cents. The next day, that's coffee fountain, frozen drinks. When they score, you board your nearest On the Run. You earned it. On the Run has been busy this year.
Been very kind. They bring us some food, which is very, very good. Very fresh. Enjoyed some of the fruit the other day.
2 outs, runner at 3rd. You know, many teams in the National League, not all, but many, will look at the 8th place hitter and say, all right, runner at 3rd, do we want to deal with this guy? And then say, let's pitch to the starting pitcher. This case, you could do that, but then you'd have Adam Wainwright, and we know he could swing the bat.
Yes, and it really makes 8th place hitting very difficult, because a lot of times they're pitching around you. You feel like you've got to extend your reach and go out there and try and take some of those pitches off the plate. Try and do something with them rather than accepting a walk.
3-0.
And you can tell right here they're pitching around him, but like you said, with Wainwright, the way he's swinging the bat this year, got 10 RBIs, a home run, 4 doubles, a triple.
So 6 extra base hits for Wainwright, who waits on deck. There's a strike. I don't know if you saw this the other day, but it was an interleague game between San Francisco and Oakland, and the Giants and Bruce Bochy allowed Madison Bumgarner to hit for himself, so they took the DH out of play.
I knew they were going to do it, but I didn't know how it turned out.
and he came through with a double.
I
I
remember
don't know
that.
about you, but if I'm a position player, I'm saying, hey, Bruce Bochy, down here, what about me?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a novelty, and yeah, he's an exceptional hitter, just like Adam Wainwright. But remember, Adam in Pittsburgh won a ball game for the Cardinals as a pinch hitter. 10 RBIs, 49 in his career, go along with 7 home runs.
Jose Fernandez, as a pinch hitter, won a game last night for Miami.
Yep.
He can swing the bat. He's very much like Bumgarner and Wainwright, some of the better hitting pitchers.
The last time prior to Bumgarner doing that was a club used Kim Brett. Kim Brett was a very, very good hitter.
That was in 1974. So it had been a long time.
And the DH came in. Ron Bloomberg was the very first DH. 73, I believe. Is that right?
Yes.
But I remember Ken Brett, when he was still in high school, half the teams wanted to draft him as a pitcher, the other half wanted to draft him as a hitter. Boston got him and made him a pitcher. He was a pretty good pitcher, too.
Wainwright chops it foul.
Bob Gibson would always look at on the chalkboard in the clubhouse, see the lineup when he was pitching. He had one rule: red. I want Maxwell at shortstop. You can put him in the 9th spot. I'll hit 8th.
But I want him there for my defense.
His defense, right? Absolutely.
Ripped foul.
Garcia was running on the pitch. He might have had 2 runners because he was past second base. Hadn't made contact, and he hit this ball hard, and good thing Moss was paying attention.
That's why you take that lead in foul territory. Hits you, it's a dead ball. In play, you're out. Here's the 0-2 pitch. Runner goes, and it's swung on and missed, and Nelson has 3 strikeouts through 2. We head to the 3rd of a scoreless ball game at Busch Stadium. Fans across the Midwest, or really across the nation, said, I'll see you at the ballpark. Let's meet at the Stan the Man statue. 10-foot tall high statue, originally dedicated at Walnut and Broadway at Busch Stadium 2. This was unveiled in 1968. The inscription reads, "Here stands Baseball's Perfect Warrior. Here stands Baseball Perfect Knight. That was by the commissioner, Ford C. Frick. It's been around a long time. 1968 it was dedicated. When Stan passed away, all the flowers and mementos that went towards he and his family after his passing. The great Stan Musial.
He never really favored that statue. Never was the likeness, you know, that you see the little mini statues outside the team store. But for whatever reason, I never asked him, but I knew that he didn't really like it.
Like the fact that it was dedicated,
Yeah,
maybe
yes.
didn't like his likeness on it, the way
Yes,
that it was
that's
portrayed.
what I meant. And there he's got the big feet.
How many
That's
people
part-
have met at that Stan the Man statue?
Oh, you're right. That was the meeting spot.
Always. It was at the old ballpark. It was a huge area around
Yeah.
that too.
So you could assemble there.
Now that's through the main gates here at Busch Stadium. When you walk through the turnstiles right outside the ballpark, you'll see that. High chopper hit up the middle, and Diaz can't get to it, and VR is aboard. A reminder, you can see all the games on Fox Sports Go wherever you may be. Just download it for your phone or tablet, Fox Sports Go. VR with 26 steals this year. And he'll be matched up with one of the game's best behind the plate in Yadier Molina.
Adam Wainwright is 6'7". Normally when you have a pitcher that tall, they're a little slow to the plate and really don't give a catcher legitimate. That's not true with Adam. Adam's got the very quick feet, good athlete, and he'll pay attention enough to that runner and keep him close to giving Yadi a shot.
Cardinals defense has struggled for the basic part of the, I'd say, 60-70% of the games. You've seen a struggle at times. But Yadier Molina has allowed a few baseballs to get away, but he hasn't given an error all season. He's got a ton of innings under his belt. If you include today, it's now 618 and a third. That's fifth most in all of baseball. And the other players that are in the top 7 are either first basemen or outfielders. You just don't see catchers play this much. But there he is, day after day.
And if you talk to Mike Matheny or the coaches, they just feel that he is so valuable, what he does leading the pitching staff, that they just can't afford to give him a day off. Now we'll see when they sign Pena. It was with the idea of Yadi, what, 33 now, give him a little more rest, and even talking in terms of Pena starting 2 games a week. We'll see.
The 1-1 pitch, runner not going, ground ball that's hit to Moss, goes to second, gets the lead man for the out. Well, you exchange VR and Jeanette on the bases, and you'll take that change, and you also take a man out of scoring position on I think, a fairly gutsy play there by Moss.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Especially he's got it behind him. He knows the speed of Villar, so he didn't really know if he was further down the line right there. Anytime you can get that lead guy and keep the double play in order, you're doing yourself a favor. And the Cardinal pitching staff, and I say all the pitching staff, have done a real good job of containing, Braun for the most part.
One out, runner at first. Here's Braun, who played in game number 1,284 of his career last night. Now in sole possession of the 5th most games played in franchise history. Number 1 on that list by a wide margin. Robin Yount, then Paul Molitor, Jim Ganter to the 1800s. Cecil Cooper, 1,490, and Ryan Braun, 1,285 here today.
And Braun's hit 261 against Cardinal pitching this year, but no home runs and just 2 RBIs. So they've done a good job of keeping him from producing.
Look at the difference between Robin Yount and Paul Molitor. About 1,000 games difference on that games played list. Short lead at first by Jeanette. Hit up the middle off of Wainwright. Can he get to it? He does, and safe at first. Wainwright immediately pointing to the Cardinals dugout and then putting up the sign as if he's an umpire to say he's out. If he is, that's a great play by Adam Wainwright.
And they will challenge it.
He's out.
Yeah, it shouldn't take long to get this review.
Next month will be very interesting to see what happens with Ryan Braun and with their catcher Jonathan Lucroy, who by the way is set to come up. Ryan Braun is a favorite of the ownership group, and you have to wonder, do they keep him in a Brewers uniform for his career, or is this a big chip in part of that rebuilding process?
Ryan Braun has a limited no trade clause. He'll go to agree to a trade to all the California clubs. He's from Southern California, Arizona, which would be close there, and also I think, and then also Miami is the other team he accepted. He played at the University of Miami. But all that means is it costs more money. Anybody else wanted to make a trade, he could veto it, but usually enough money is exchanged where he will do it, and he's out.
Let me ask you this. The idea with replay is that once that play happened, those in New York are supposed to go right away to review this. And if they look at the replay that we saw, you need one to look at it. He's out. The minute that they get on the headset, they should say, we've looked at it, he's out, call him out. Now, this didn't take that long, but it should be even quicker.
In theory, you're right. But I know there's not a crew for every game. You know, there's something like 2 games for every crew, 6 different crew. So and there's 15 games maximum per day.
I hear what you're saying.
Yeah, so, but you're right. That one was relatively quick, but you could have done it before they put the headset on.
Just thinking about trying to fine tune it a little bit with the speed of the game. Because when you think about it, it's nothing that as a fan you want to see and sit through. As a viewer at home watching the game, you don't want to sit and us putting up a couple of boxes with guys standing there doing nothing. Let's move it along.
Totally agree.
And I still think that umpires need to get on a public address system at ballparks and explain what they're looking at. That's hit up the middle, backhanded by Wong, and he makes the play. Brewers have stranded 4. Meet me at the Musial statue. It's been said since 1968, still being said today. refreshing taste of the frozen strawberry lemonade. It's available all summer long, and it's only at McDonald's. Mentioned this scary play earlier, and it was in September of last year. Jimmy Nelson against Tommy Pham, who was on a hot streak at that time in Milwaukee, had just an incredible series. This ball lands in left field, and Nelson's season was through after that vicious line drive back in off his forehead. So he's seeing Pham for the first time today since that incident, and the first man that he saw, Tommy Pham, grounded out to second on a ball that was hit sharply right past him, by the way.
Yeah, I was thinking about that too. It's up the middle, and the second baseman made the play on the ball, but scary for the pitcher and for the hitter.
Rain has started to fall very lightly here at the ballpark. Well, a giant of the St. Louis business world has passed away, and he was a tremendous man. 94 years young, World War II Navy fighter pilot. He built a small car rental business into one of the biggest in the entire world. He called St. Louis home and never left, and that's Jack Taylor. So our thoughts and prayers with the Taylor family. And he was instrumental in so many different philanthropic efforts here in town. His foundation has donated well over $1 billion with a B dollars to the community, and he will certainly be missed, and we wish the Taylor family nothing but the best.
I think Enterprise rental car now is the leading rental car in the country. But you're right about all the hard work and things that a lot of people didn't know about. Some of it was public, but.
And a strikeout of Pham. Family, by the way, requests that memorial donations be made to the Donald Danforth Plant Science Center, Forest Park Forever, or the St. Louis Symphony Orchestra, entities that he was heavily involved in. 4 strikeouts for Jimmy Nelson. I know the Taylor family and his children and those in the immediate family have been just huge in helping out the sports world here in our community, and so many different things that go on in St. Louis. So he is really going to be missed, and our thoughts and prayers with the Taylor family. Here's Aledmys Diaz, who singled to right. We talked about his defense. What about his offense? It's been pretty darn good too. There's a strike. 22nd double on the year. Gives him the most doubles by any Cardinal rookie before the All-Star break. Previous record had been held by Joe Medwick back in 1933 when he had 21. He chops it to third. Medwick was known as the muscle of the Gashouse Gang, the last in the National League to win the Triple Crown. Interesting story. In order for him to continue to play baseball and potentially play college football at Notre Dame, he played minor league baseball under a different name so that he wouldn't have a pro contract, and then with a different name would not be allowed to play in the football ranks in college. Nickname of Ducky Medwick, and a fan said that she reminded him of a duck when he walked, and it stuck. He liked to be known as Muscles, but the players on his team said, well, we prefer Ducky because he didn't like it. So that's the name, Joe Ducky Medwick.
He was kind of a cantankerous old guy when I met him.
Oh, man. So 2 outs, nobody on for Holiday, and he hits it to third. Another ground ball out. Perez makes the play. 1, 2, 3 go the Cardinals, and we head to inning number 4, and there's no score. Lowe's home field advantage. Adam Wainwright before, after, some of the different things that he's done this season. The injury, 7 starts at home, 2-2 on the road, 9. ERA is over 6. Been much better here at home. No home runs allowed. Chris Kreider would love to change that.
And we hope Wainwright doesn't allow him to change that.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Kreider. Good breaking ball. Adam Wainwright has struck out 3. He's allowed 3 hits. Brewers have stranded 4. There's no score here in the top of the 4th as the rain continues to fall here at the ballpark.
It's not going to rain long.
Hit into right, over to get it. Piscotty drops in front of him. He'll spin and throw. Watch this arm. A bullet into the bag at second.
Got an arm, use it. But
I
always
realize
practice.
Jason Hayward was a tremendous defensive player, but this guy isn't far off from some of the things that we've seen this year.
Exactly right. Hayward could throw, so can Piscotty. And if you put their numbers side by side, forget about even the salary. But
just production.
Yeah, I mean, Piscotty wins hands up. Just making a little bit, maybe more than the minimum, and you're paying $84 million multi-year contract for Hayward to be really a defensive player. Now, he's good, but he's not that much better than Piscotty. And when he learns the league a little bit better and all the hitters, he'll even get that much better.
There's a 1-0 pitch to Neuenhuis.
About how Adam has had problems retiring the first man of an inning. First 2 innings he got the first man via strikeouts. Last 2 innings base hits.
Ground ball. Boss to second, out there. Diaz, tough catch, tough throw, and a turn of a double play.
Absolutely right. Diaz is not going to expect a throw that's low and a little bit wide, but the ball was hit so hard. Fields it here, see it down and away, and then Diaz catching that ball and falling towards third base, kind of sidearm throw, but it was chest high for Moss. Cardinals' first double play today, and a good one.
Here's Perez with 2 outs. To give you an idea of just how well Aledmys Diaz is playing defense right now. First 35 games, it was ugly. He had 130 total chances, committed 10 errors. His last 35 games, including today, he's had 158 total chances and just 4 errors. It's got much better. The curveball tapped back to Wainwright, over to Moss, and an 8-pitch 4th inning for Adam Wainwright. There's no score. Let's check in with Jim Hayes on a wet afternoon here at Busch Stadium.
Tommy Pham grew up in Las Vegas playing youth baseball with Brewers first baseman Chris Carter. This series marks the first time they faced each other as major leaguers. It's something we talked about a lot in the offseason. He told me it's pretty special. Pham says he and Carter remain close. He describes Carter as the same guy he's always been, a quiet, gentle guy who could really hurt you if he wanted. Pham said they were on different high school teams, and when I asked who got the better of it, Pham told me I can't lie, he did. Dan, hopefully Tommy gets the bragging rights today.
We shall see. That was a monster home run hit last night. Just a line drive shot off the bat of Carter for home run number 20. He's a big man down there. Ground ball taken there. It's short by Villar, and off the bag is Carter. And Piscotty beats it out for a base hit. Maybe a little tough too to get that footing out there on the outfield grass.
Well, you mentioned it too. You know, it's wet grass. I know it drains very well, but that's kind of the area where they dump it when the water comes off that tarp right past the cutout of the infield.
Air charge to Villar, his second in this series.
I would have
and
thought
that's his 11th of the year. He looked to be surprised that he picked up an error.
Well, I think we both were.
He's got his hands on his hip. He's not happy. That pitch taken high. Look at the BJC Healthcare difference maker. Fewest at bats per home run for the Cardinals this year. And Moss, just about every 12 at bats, he's taken one deep. .1-0 pitch to Moss. Another thing that he's done very well with runners in scoring position, slugging percentage. It's tops in baseball, and it's the highest all the way back till 1999. Manny Ramirez with the '99 Indians had one of those very high slugging percentages, but Moss is higher than that. It's a high fly ball out to center. Neuenhuis circling and making the catch. Piscotty will go back to the bag at first.
Once Piscotty, you know, he went it halfway, and once he saw that that ball was going to stay in the park and be caught, he immediately got back to first base and was in a position to tag up. But Neuenhuis got the ball back into the infield quickly. Will this be the time that Yadi makes a little history?
Many know it. For those that don't, Stan the Man, 3,630 hits. 18-15 at home, 18-15 on the road. Yadier Molina, 744 hits at home, 755 on the road. Piscotty is running. It's hit into center, and there it is. Hit number 1,500 in the illustrious career of Yadier Molina. Number 1,500 for Yadi.
Only the 34th catcher in Major League history to reach that milestone. And Piscotty running on the pitch. So he goes over third base. They throw that ball in. It'll be one of many, many tributes to Yadier Molina in his career.
They've just put it up on the board. Fourth catcher in Major League history to reach the milestone of 1,500 hits. So runners at first and third with one out. Here's Kolten Wong and looks at a strike. Molina, stand the man. 2 Cardinals with 1,500 hits, and to do it all wearing that St. Louis uniform.
Well, it's incredible. Stan had equal amount of home and road, but look how close Yadi is.
Oh, 2 on Kolten Wong. Light rain here at the ballpark. Most hits among catchers all time. He's now tied with Manny Sanguillen, one back of Tim McCarver. Hit down the left field line, slicing foul. You think about great catchers in Cardinals history, Tim McCarver, mainstay in the 60s. In the 70s, it was Ted Simmons. Now, Teddy, over 21 years, had 2,472 hits, switch hitter. And think about his consistency. 287 against right-handers, 281 the average against lefties. He had more walks than strikeouts against both.
Teddy was as pure a hitter in the 70s you would ever find.
Inside.
Yadi hustling his way over here in that fly ball that went over the left and eventually into the stands. It's a big at bat for Kolten Wong here and the Cardinals.
1-2 pitch on its way. At the time of his retirement, Ted Simmons 483 doubles. Most hit by any catcher in the Hall. Held the National League record for home runs by a switch hitter. And his 285 average 18 points higher than Johnny Bench's. Many believe that Yadi is headed to the Hall. Many believe Teddy should be in the Hall. 2-2. Driven out to right center. That ball is sinking and down. All the way to the wall. Wong off to the races. Can he catch Yadi? They're going to hold him up. Molina will score, and Wong drives in 2-0 St. Louis.
Thought Wong was going to catch Yadi there at one time. They went for the catch. It got by him. And then it was a foot race. Tries to go for it. Now he lays out. Now he's got to get up and go all the way to the wall to track it down. But you knew you were going to get at least a lead on Kolten Wong, even if they caught it. But it's even better driving in 2 and out there at third with only just 1 out.
Rain is picked up here at the ballpark. 2-0 Cardinals. Want to know the count on Garcia with the infield drawn in.
Kolten is so much better mentally prepared. Little trip down to Memphis really did wonders for his psyche.
Garcia gets the bunt down. Here comes Wong. He will score. Garcia will beat it out. It's a base hit. It's a 3-0 lead.
It's so hard to defend against the suicide squeeze. A lot of times you don't do it with a left-handed batter because if the runner leaves too soon, they can just kind of pitch out. And the only thing a lefty could do is throw the bat at the ball. But what a bonus. Not only does he get the runner in, but he gets the base hit and finds himself over first base. Good bunt. Fundamentally, Garcia is very, very sound, and he can be a tough out in that 8 spot too, because he's so patient of a hitter, doesn't often ever go after pitches out of the strike zone. Gets a lot of hits, walks,
What's interesting about that play with Garcia, a lot of times you'll see a manager shy away from doing that with a runner at third and a left-handed batter.
Sure.
Can't give it away too early.
Yeah, that's where, Wong did a really good job.
Wainwright out to left and backing up Braun to make the catch. But the idea is you just can't give that up too early.
Yeah, Wong, if you run too soon, then all of a sudden you're instructed to throw the ball outside. And, obviously the catcher catching that ball is further up the line, and, it's just the base runner's waiting to be tagged. So he didn't leave too soon, and then he bunted it perfectly right down the first base line, and he ends up getting a base hit in RBI.
Here's Tommy Pham. Chops one foul, and he's 0 for 2 today. He's grounded out to second and also struck out.
Pham was 2 for 2 prior to today off of Nelson. I remember a conversation having with Pham on the road. He was saying, I just have to readjust. Now people are not throwing me as many fastballs, and I've got to kind of revisit or rethink about how they're pitching me.
Little chopper that's hit left side. Tough play. Gets through. Got through Perez. Got through Villar. And Pham is aboard.
And that high chopper, and so you're really at the mercy of the hop you get. Really, the only shot was going to be our third baseman. Misconnects, and Villar had no chance either.
Brings in Aledmys Diaz. Diaz singled to right and also grounded out to third. A 3-0 lead for the Cardinals here in the home half of the fourth. It's ruled a base hit for Tommy Pham. If Pham at first, Garcia your runner at second.
Game hitting streak, 5 now with his base hit tonight.
Taken inside. 2 balls, no strikes. Holiday on deck.
9 for 17. 6 doubles during that time.
Here's a 2-0. Off the end of the bat, Jimmy Nelson steps, throws, and makes the play. The Cardinals strand 2, but a little history here at the ballpark. Hit number 1,500 in the career of Cardinals catcher Yadier Molina. Clean single into center on a hit and run. Congratulations to Yadi. And finally, the streak comes to a close. Ramon Flores will lead it off for Milwaukee. If you're just joining us, Yadier Molina moments ago with hit number 1,500 of his career. 34th catcher to do that all time in baseball history. And to think how it all started for Molina, always known for his glove and his arm and his defense. And the offense, and Tony La Russa and Dave Duncan used to talk about it, it's secondary. We don't care if he gets hits. And he didn't hit a lot early on in his career. First full season in the big leagues was in 2005. He took over for his manager now, Mike Matheny. He was called up in 04, handed off duties back and forth with Molina and Matheny. And in 05, he had 97 hits total in a full year. 06, 97. 07, 90. That's for an entire year. There's a base hit into right field. So first 3 full seasons, a total of 284 hits. And here we are in 2016 now with 1,500 in that tremendous career that he's had.
And Dan, I think 97 in the playoffs, you know, he had the most hits in that series.
06.
06. And, you know, I think after that, all of a sudden he thought that he could be an offensive force.
David Eckstein told me he felt, even though he was the MVP, and he's grateful that he was, said the reality of it is, though, if you look at Molina and just on numbers alone, what he did in that postseason, very well could have been the MVP. But then you mix in how he handled that staff, in particular a young then Adam Wainwright threw the Carlos Beltran strikeout in the 9th of Game 7. What he did with Jeff Weaver, who was acquired, and some of the others that were young on that staff, Anthony Reyes. He said he's the guy that really kept it all together for us in 2006. And Yadi, I've talked to him about that great run that he had against the Mets in the playoffs of that season. And he became a believer in himself at the plate as Nelson squares the bunt, now swinging away and fouls it back. You may recall it was Aaron Heilman late in Game 7 and Yadier Molina with this 2-run homer in 2006. The bullpen going crazy. And then we had to get out the Tums for the 9th inning and Carlos Beltran bases loaded.
And what a series Beltran had. Like the series he had, was it 2004 when he was with the Astros?
It was. Molina hit .348 in that series against the Mets. As Nelson tries to get down the bunt, it's a foul ball, and Molina made sure it stayed foul. So it's a strikeout of Nelson.
Couldn't help himself.
And here we go. These two still going strong in 2016. Longest combination in the Cardinals' history in terms of starts and battery mates, Wainwright and Molina. And Adam Wainwright, after the injury to Jason Isringhausen, they upset everybody in the postseason, ran through San Diego. 7 games with the Mets with Adam Wainwright as a rookie closer, and then the upset of the heavily favored Detroit Tigers in 2006. Incredible.
Think about the 2006 World Series and the Tigers. They had a long wait to win the American League crown. Then they had to wait several days before the World Series started. And what really did it was their pitchers couldn't throw the ball. And how many errors did they make?
Think about Zamaya making a lot of errors. It was the relievers that came in. The Cardinals put the ball in play, a lot of bunts, National League style of baseball. And they threw it all over the place. Anthony Reyes won Game 1 in Detroit. That set the tone for that series, matched up with Justin Verlander. Pujols went deep with an opposite field home run. And any of those players, though, will tell you that was a very good team that doesn't get probably the credit they deserve for winning the championship. They got off to, in the regular season, the best start in the history of the franchise through 30 to 45 games. And then injuries hit. Edmonds had a concussion. Pujols went on the DL for the first time. David Eckstein was missing significant action. Sidney Ponson was in the rotation to start that year. So then by the time the playoffs got here, and Scott Spiezio saved the day in that game against, ironically enough, the final regular season weekend with a triple off of Francisco Cordero, then the closer of the Milwaukee Brewers, today's opponent. There's a walk that put the team into the postseason. Ronnie Belliard made a great play in game 1 in the hole between first base and second. That's when Jim Edmonds started awarding game balls, just like they do in football. But the team came together, and if you look at the lineup that they put out for game 1, it was really good.
Well, like you said, they got healthy, but they played inspired baseball. They pitched better than anybody else. They were doing everything correctly. And even though they only won 83 games in the regular season, they played the best baseball in October, and they won their 10th World Championship.
Tigers committed 8 errors in that series. 5 were by pitchers. Remember, Tony La Russa wore number 10. That number has now been retired because that was the number to get to the 10th World Championship, and then he'd win number 11 in 2011. 0-1 to Scooter Gennett.
And we were hopeful 2012 would be our 12th.
And the Cardinals in that series, they were up 3-1 against the Giants with Barry Zito on the mound in an elimination game here in St. Louis. A double play ball back to Lance Lynn. And it should have been made. The play should have been made. Throw was iffy, but not to the point that it should not have been made, the play. And the floodgates opened after that. Giants got on a roll, and rest is history.
Just then couldn't do anything right out in San Francisco. Game 6 and 7. Pretty good pitch.
The 2-1. Back to Wainwright. Out at second. Out at first. It's a double play. The second double play turned by the Cardinals this afternoon. July 15th, 16th, and 17th. The 2006 reunion weekend coming up, presented by Budweiser. Adam Wainwright striking out Brandon Inge. We're in the bottom of the 5th, and it's Matt Holliday to lead it off. Ground ball that's hit to short, taken by VR, and a high throw, and Carter stays on the bag.
Well, it's an official game now, but there's a nice long window, about 2.5 hours before rains will come back to the St. Louis area, so might as well just go play 9 and win it there.
July 15th, 16th, and 17th, that reunion. We'll be celebrating history, and we may also see history. Ichiro is closing in on 3,000 hits here in the major leagues. Miami will be in town.
The other day, I think he needed 14 hits.
Here's a 1-1 pitch to Piscotty, and he lines it into right, and it drops in for a base hit. July 16th, 30,000 fans 16 and older receive a replica of the 06 championship mystery player ring. Each wearable ring will have the name of one of 5 players from that championship team. And tickets for July 16th are at cardinals.com/promotions.
I don't know how many of those are going to end up on eBay trying to be said there. It's the original ring given to those players.
Sounds like you have your plans ready.
No, sir.
Here's Brandon Moss. A check swing and a strike. Cardinals took game 1 of this series. So now all they need to do is win either today or tomorrow. They'll continue their streak of consecutive series at or above 500 against the Brewers, which right now sits at 12. They have just dominated this. This is the longest streak by a Cardinals team since 1950. They did that against the Pirates 50 through 54. There are players like Red, Stan, Enos Slaughter. Marty Marion was the MVP of the 1944 team. Part of 4 pennant winners, 7 All-Star games. He would have been a lock for the Hall of Fame, but he had to retire early because of a bad back. But something that he's done that all these players should recognize, he was really a key with the players' pension, which many of the players don't even know about. You hear about Curt Flood, you hear about some of the others, Marvin Miller. Well, it was Marvin Miller that contacted Marty Marion because he was also a savvy businessman, to get together and have some ideas about the pension plans for those that had played in the 20s, the 30s, and the 40s. And so that's how it all got going with, in many ways, Marty Marion and Marvin Miller, who was the head of the Players Association.
You would have been surprised at how many players were against Marvin Miller initially. And Marvin Miller should be in the Hall of Fame for what he's done for the players and his impact on the game. Now, the owners will say it's negative impact, but
some soggy nachos on a rainy day here at the ballpark. Here's a 1-2 to Brandon Moss. I was looking at some numbers with Marty Marion in terms of defense, and I'd always heard how well he had played defense from Red Schoendienst. And then I looked at it in terms of what he's done with a modern way to look at the game, defensive runs saved. He would be in the top 10 of all shortstops in defensive runs saved. Wow.
I mean, he was a tremendous ball player, a big man for his time.
May have chased the ball to protect the plate, though. 1-2 the count. Marty is in the Cardinals Hall of Fame. There was a wonderful speech on the family's behalf a couple of years ago. And the Cardinals Hall of Fame just around the corner for this year's inductees. Chris Carpenter and Joe Torre. Sam Braden, who is a longtime owner, his family will be here.
Yeah, Marty Marion did not weigh very much, but he was like 6'2", 170 pounds.
Back then, 6'2" is a big shortstop.
I mean, especially a shortstop.
Here's a 1-2 to Moss, taken high. Two balls, two strikes. Moss has doubled and also flied out to center.
Time for him to launch another one.
He's about due.
Good rip on that one. Pitch at bat.
Two pitch to Moss. Breaking ball misses outside. Always risky when you think about starting the runner if Moss is at the plate, and you say that because of the strikeouts. He's got 74, and couple that with the fact that Lucroy, as we've mentioned, very good in terms of getting those base stealers this year.
He's had a lot of opportunities, so it's throwing about it.
There he goes, good jump, and it's hit out of play. Trying to go up and away, nothing in to Brandon Moss, and this will be pitch number 10 of the at bat.
Okay, Lucroy has caught 22 of 40 base stealers this year, 35.5%.
3-2 pitch to Moss. Runner goes again, and it's taken for a ball. Good at bat by Brandon. The second walk issued by Jimmy Nelson. Once on tap, it's Anderson and Walker tomorrow. Our coverage begins at 12:30 with the pregame show. The Cardinals were 4 for 8 with runners in scoring position in game 1 of this series, and on the year, it's not like it was in 2013 when they hit 330, but it's pretty darn good at 302.
I was going to say it's over 300. Years it was unheard of. 330 as a team, runners in scoring position. Still remember John Mabry. People were saying, well, realistically you can't expect that. John Mabry said, well, why can't we expect that? Why can't we even do better? And we'll see where they end up, but over 300 is quite impressive.
For those that have just joined us, Yadier Molina with hit number 1,500 of his career. A single to center field back in the 4th. He's now 77 hits back of Frankie Frisch, the Fordham Flash, for 14th all-time in Cardinals hits. Then it's Joe Medwick, Willie McGee, Ted Simmons over 1,700. So it looks like Yachty, before it's all said and done, many years to go, he'll be well within the top 10 all-time in Cardinals hits.
It's tied with Manny Sanguillen. Manny was a notorious bad ball hitter. Now, most people pitched him was they threw it right down the middle, let him confused. There's what you were talking about, all-time hits leaders in Cardinal history.
You know, Ted Simmons, 300 average 6 times. 20 home runs 5 times as a Cardinal. 6 times an All-Star with the Cardinals, twice in the American League. He still holds the franchise record for career home runs as a switch hitter, 172. He had 929 RBIs as a switch hitter.
And look at these, 1975, playing virtually every day, you know, on the turf and in the heat of St. Louis. 332 one side and 333 the other.
Here's a 1-0 pitch to Yadier Molina with runners at first and second. Double play ball. Jeanette, VR, wide throw, and they get him at first. So it's a double play. Cardinals have turned 2. The first double play turned by Milwaukee, and it's 3-0. Because of the play at second base, clearly not at first with Molina running. Seemed to be out. Take a look here at second. Is he on the bag? I think he's out.
Very close. I mean, it used to be the daylight play, just be near it, but now you have to be a stickler, and you do have to touch that bag, no longer in the vicinity.
So the only players, I should say, well, no, Jimmy Nelson is still out there. Biscotti there. Chris Maloney, third base coach. Bill Miller talking with the first base umpire. Well, Mike Matheny could say, well, a few nights ago, Ned Yost did this. Everybody was off the field, and we decided to have a challenge here after everybody had left. You have 10 seconds to get on the top step, motion to the umpires, and then 30 just to decide whether or not that player is out. And indeed, it is a double play. So with that, we take a timeout. Wainwright will start throwing to get loose for the 6th inning. Top of the 6, Ryan Braun, Jonathan Lucroy, Chris Kreider, 3, 4, and 5 in the lineup for Milwaukee. Home plate umpire waiting for the clock to count down to 0. And there it is. Now we can officially start. Braun is 0 for 2, a ground out to second, grounded back to the pitcher. Cardinals picked up their 3 runs in the bottom of the 4th. Two balls, no strikes. We have 3, 4, and 5 here in the 6th inning. 71 pitches on the afternoon. This could turn out to be an important inning for Adam Wainwright. Middle of the lineup. Good breaking ball on 2-0.
Real key, can you throw a secondary pitch when you're behind in the count?
Here's a 2-1. Ripped into left in a base hit. Hitters count. He was hacking away.
Wainwright has allowed a base hit to the first batter in the last 4 innings. Fastball, it stayed there. 56 off the plate. He got a fastball and knew what to do with it. All the hits that Wainwright has allowed, and there's 6 of them, they're all singles.
Leadoff hit by Braun, and it brings in Lucroy. He has walked and also grounded out to second.
How about another double play? Be the 3rd.
Inside. Starting play today, the Nationals, the Cubs, and Giants all lead their respective divisions by 5 games or more. It's the first time since 1994 all 3 divisions have their leader up by 6 or more after play on July 1st. 1994 season ended early, obviously, with the labor strife in Major League Baseball officially shut down on September 14th. They stopped play on August 11th. At that time, the Expos were 74-40. Reds led the Central. Dodgers led a 4-team National League West at the time. I remember the Cardinals trying to get fans and the interest up for the '95 season. Actually brought in for exhibition play at Busch Stadium Ken Griffey Jr., who was at that time the game's best player. You could make a case for it. An exciting player that our fans had not seen. This was before interleague play, and they brought him in here with Seattle just to try to generate buzz before that '95 season. The 2-1.
That was the year the Cardinals finished second in both halves. They had both halves, and actually talked to Whitey, felt like they were denied. They didn't get one year Montreal, and then because they end up having a better overall record than Cincinnati.
Backhanded by Garcia. The 3rd double play turned by the Cardinals. Nice pick by Moss at first base.
Moss has really flashed some lever over at first base. Surprised a lot of people. Find he's much better defensively, and that's Mike Matheny will tell you that. Runner coming down hard on Wong, and he short hopped him there, but the ball was bounced way out in front where it was an easy pick for him.
Here is Carter, who is 1 for 2. The single to right back in the 4th. Cardinals really got their fans back, though, in 1996. Tony La Russa team that went into the postseason. As you looked at the Kubota power stats, Bryant, Duvall, Arenado, then Carter tied with Cespedes, who homered last night for the Mets. It was a fun year. 1996, Cardinals went out and got Andy Benes and brought in Gary Gaetti, and Ron Gant decided with the new ownership group to spend money.
Had a 3-1 lead against the Braves, and then they just couldn't win those last 2 games in postseason, and they got beat by plenty.
Braves went on to the World Series and lost to the Yankees. They began their big run. That's well hit into center. Tommy Pham going back, and Pham makes the catch. Oh, what a play. Tommy Pham. The speed of Pham, and he got a good jump. And at the last moment reaches up with a gem. Biggest stars, the 87th All-Star Game presented by MasterCard. That's July 12th on Fox. Coverage starts at 6:30 Central. Jim Hayes had a fun story earlier today about Chris Carter and Tommy Pham. They're neighbors and work out with each other in the offseason, and Pham just robbed his good buddy. Nice play.
That's what I was saying. That's no way to treat your childhood buddy. But I liked it.
Here's Colton Wong, who has an RBI triple to score 2, and here's the catch by Pham. Reaction to Carter. You kidding me?
Watch out, Tommy. Remember, he said he could hurt you if he wanted to. Nelson still hanging in there to 85 pitches.
Oh, 2 pitch, and a ground ball hit to the right side. Moving to his left, Scooter Gennett for the out. Wong 1 for 3, and it brings in Greg Garcia.
Long was at third base last time up and dropped down the bunt. Got his man home on a suicide squeeze, but they really did it the smart way.
Garcia hits it too short. Blues fans invited to free and public practices and scrimmages at Blues Prospect Camp. 30 of the Blues draft picks with promising minor leaguers participate in workout scrimmages every afternoon. Those are open to the fans. That camp runs Tuesday, July 5th through Friday, July 8th at the St. Louis Outlet Mall. Get details at stlouisblues.com.
Not much of an off season, is it?
So prospects get on the ice, and then they started out in September, and it's really interesting when you look at how the NFL and NBA, Major League Baseball have the long spring trainings or training camps, and for hockey it's they get on the ice for a few days and then they're in games.
Yeah.
6-pitch inning sends us to the 7th. T-Mobile, David Ortiz last night, home run number 522, 2,000th hit with Boston. Chris Sale trying to pick up win number 14 today. Jake Arrieta trying to go to 13-2. Sale and the White Sox in the bottom of 5 lead 5-4. 13-game winner, and he's 3 ahead of the next closest. Salazar, Tillman, and Happ all have 10 victories over the junior circuit. Have to think that Chris Sale would be your starter in the All-Star game if the schedule pans out that way. You think he's having fun?
Yep. Wainwright's having some fun. Allowed 6 hits, but he scattered them. 1 each inning. Got 3 double plays.
Doing nice. Looks at a breaking ball. That'll help. 1 pitch, 1 out to start the 7th. Chevy pitch tracks.
A little bit of a hanging breaking ball, but 1 pitch, 1 out. Wainwright's he's 0 for 3. Hernan Perez started in right field last night. He's at third base today. He's 0 for 2.
Fastball and a strike. Oh, and 2.
Lily has to like what he's seen from Wainwright, but say that with all the starters the last couple weeks. Just the Garcia start on Sunday, and then Adams start Monday. Everything else has been a quality start.
Broken back, ground ball hit up the middle, and it gets through Diaz and Wong and into center field on a 1-2 pitch.
Adams' last start, he gave up 6 runs in the first and second innings combined, but then he shut down everybody. 10 out of the last 11 batters he faced, and this one just sneaks on through. So 7th hit he's allowed. They've all been singles.
1 out, 1 on, and here is Perez, 0 for 2.
Flores is 0 for 2.
That's hit out of play.
Told that for the most part this team, was showing a lot more patience, trying to get on base, trying to work the count, knock a pitcher out of there, but we've seen them be all back in that trap of being very aggressive that has worked to Adams' benefit.
You say why, and then you look at how he's constantly around the plate. Many teams earlier this year, they were aggressive early in counts, and the average against him was about a month, maybe 5 weeks ago, was 500 on the first pitch of an at bat.
Right. Trying to get that first pitch strike. Sometimes just a lollipop pitch in there.
Runner goes on the 0-2. Yadi to second, and call is safe, and a stolen base by Perez, his 10th this year. And for Milwaukee, stolen base number 68 to lead the National League.
Beats it clearly, then they hold the tag on. I've seen a lot of guys aggressive and they pop off that base at some point. So middle infielders are taught now to just hold that tag on them.
Round ball hit to the right side, backhanded by Moss. The Cardinals and Adam Wainwright in his career looking for win number 128 today. That'll tie him with Harry Brackeen, 7th all-time in Cardinals history. Brackeen, back in 1946 when the Cardinals won that World Series, was the first ever left-hander to win 3 games in the Fall Classic. Nicknamed the Cat. He said he could pounce on any slow roller or bunt. That's how he got the nickname Harry the Cat Brackeen.
Nelson's through. This is Elmore pitch hitting for him. Saw him late in the game last night.
Bob Gibson, the all-time leader in wins for the Cardinals at 251.
Elmore has major league experience with Arizona 2012, Houston 2013, Cincinnati 2014, and Tampa Bay 2015.
Two balls and no strikes.
Collected his first Brewers hit last night.
Adam Wainwright in this game has given up a hit or a walk in every inning, but Cardinals have turned 3 double plays, no damage done. The 2-1 curveball and a beauty.
You see that curveball. Getting high in the strike zone, but when they don't swing, you're okay.
2-2 the count. Runner at third with 2 outs. Wainwright, the curveball, and he doesn't chase.
That was a good one there. When wanted to make sure he didn't hang that one. So, Try to get him chased. 3-2 pitch, first base open. Don't be surprised you see another breaking ball. Slider, the cutter.
And he got him. Strikeout. 5 on the day for Wainwright. And it's time to stretch.
The next time you want to grab Cardinal seats, get the StubHub app. Not only will you find seats you'll love whenever you want, but you can find the best seats for your buck when you sort by best value. So get the StubHub app today. Jimmy Nelson's night is through. It's our Chevy Call to bullpen. Carlos Torres. We've seen him in the past. Most recently when he was with the Mets, 2013 through 15. Times he did some dynamite pitching against the Cardinals. Remember one time he started and was very, very effective, kind of an emergency situation. He last pitched on Thursday versus the Dodgers with a scoreless 9th inning. Wainwright's been very good today. As you mentioned, he scattered those hits, 1 per inning plus a walk. 3 double plays have really helped out.
Rain is picked up considerably here at the ballpark, and now it's Tommy Pham. Top of the lineup for the Cardinals, and the first pitch is taken for a strike. This is the Gateway Honda home run inning. Cardinals hit a home run. $1,000 will be donated to the Make-A-Wish Foundation of Missouri. Quickly, no balls and 2 strikes. It's an official game, so Molina's hit will stick. Number 1,500 of his career. And the Cardinals right now with a 3-0 lead. There's the breaking ball in the dirt. Sometimes we say, well, it's not as bad on television when you're seeing the rain come down, and don't worry, it's not a big deal. This is not one of those times. It's coming down pretty good right now. One-two pitch, and he struck him out. Pham is 1 for 4 today. Hyundai pitch arsenal on Carlos Torres. Fastball, cutter, and curve.
Look at the cutter, 71.7%. Fastball's just 16.7.
Wainwright, 98 pitches today. High on the gun was 92 miles an hour. That fastball. As you get a look at Yadier Molina. Crew chief, by the way, Jerry Meals. He's at third base, so he'll keep a close eye on the field and probably visit with Bill Finley, the crew chief, between innings.
supposed to be in a clear area now. Maybe you watch the fans heading for the exits, gives you a little indication of the intensity of the rain.
1-2 pitch.
There's just so much rain around it. There's little black areas here and there, little spots, but we are in a little bit of a cell.
It's a look at Bill Finley.
His radar in his hand.
Diaz pops it up into shallow right. Late break by Flores, but plenty of time to get under it and make the catch. Bryce Harper, Mike Trout, all of baseball's superstars come together for the primetime event that will light up the summer. Major League Baseball's All-Star Game from San Diego. That's July 12th, and it's only on Fox. Here's Holiday. Struck out twice. He is grounded out, once to third, the other time to short. A lot of times too, the decision is made by what they see on the radar. You can get through an inning, maybe two, but if there's a lot coming, they'll put that tarp on the field.
Our radar, which we think it's the same that Bill Finley looks at, says rain ending in 38 minutes.
Oh, 2. Broxton continues to throw in the Cardinals pen. He'll pitch the 8th. Crowd today of 40,573. 40573. Outfield is deep there straight away. And it stays 0-2. Two balls and 2 strikes.
See that slider low.
And he takes a walk with 2 outs.
Torres earlier this year had consecutive appearances, May 25th and 6th at Atlanta, and he picked up saves in both of those. He only had 2 saves coming in his career prior to this year.
So a 2-out walk, and it brings in Stephen Piscotty. Piscotty reached on an error and scored back in the 4th. Single to right, struck out his first time up. It's been the track record of Adam Wainwright to get better, and in particular here in the month of July, and looks like that's the case here today with 7 scoreless innings. His career ERA in July is under 3. Last 3 home starts, he's gone at least 7 innings. He's had now 17 consecutive scoreless innings here at home.
This has always been his favorite month, and facing one of his favorite opponents. If the Cardinals hold on to win, it'd be his 13th time he's defeated Milwaukee, and that would tie him with Houston and Chicago for the highest amount.
Pulled foul. the 1-2. Strikes out Piscotty. Allows a walk, couple of strikeouts. Broxton coming on when we come back. The pen takes us to Jonathan Broxton. For the most part, on a great run, with the exception of the other night against Kansas City. That's been the one blip on the radar for Jonathan here the last month or so. They'll work the 8th inning, see if the Cardinals, what they want to do, if it stays a safe situation looking ahead to the 9th. Bill Finley went out between innings, looked at the grass around home plate, looked at the dirt on the mound, and everything seems to be okay. Continues to rain here at the ballpark.
And we're going to get a scoreless inning from Broxton. If we don't get any run, it's a save situation, be the first, since technically Rosenthal was demoted. But I think the way O's been a little shaky, and the way Rosenthal the last couple times has been much better. Curious to see who gets that call.
On 1 the count on VR. Continues to rain like this. Certainly you could play through it. May have to add that drying agent to the mound or the batter's box, but could play through it. 1 ball, 1 strike on VR, who is singled and walked.
Plate umpire's got something in his eye.
Two balls and 1 strike. 3-0 Cardinals. They picked up all 3 runs in the 4th. Just a bit low.
Could have been called easily.
And the 3-1. Walked him. Leadoff walk, not what you want to do here with this 3-run lead. Broxton was with Milwaukee in 2014 and 15. Appeared in 51 games. K-Rod was the closer. Broxton was in the 8th primarily. 47 innings with the Brewers in an ERA of 5.55.
And because of that, there's only 1 Brewer that's got a hit off of him. That's Braun, 4 for 10, double and a home run. Everybody else has not gotten a hit off of Broxton. Not many bats.
Dropping down to bunt, Jeanette. And the 0-1 to Jeanette. Take it for a ball. Now time is called. There's rain delays, and then there's the human rain delay.
That's Mike Hargrove. His nickname was. After every pitch, he'd put one foot in the batter's box and step out with the other and fiddle with his batting gloves, get rearranged. He was called the human rain delay, and virtually everybody does it now.
Commonplace.
Yeah. And as we were talking about on the road trip, you mentioned one time to me that umpires enforced that new rule strictly last year, but kind of gotten lax this year.
You noticed it too?
Yeah, that batter can't step up. And once you get in the batter's box, you can't leave unless you foul a pitch off. Or
Here's a
hit it.
1-1. VR, great jump, and it's popped up. But no one was there. Diaz was going to cover the bag, and it's dropped, but a forced play at second. They'll get the out. Well, you take that. VR is off the bases, and you still get an out. And no one in scoring position.
It looked like Diaz went to cover when he saw the runner at first leap, trying to steal. Diaz right there takes off. Then they tried to deke him, but really the deke was that there's nobody on the left side that could react and get there. Holliday picks it up and gets the force play. Watch Diaz right here. He's trying to tell him, signal to the runner that the ball was on the ground, and you could see Yara had no chance.
So 1 out, and it brings in Ryan Braun. Runner at first, 3-0 Cardinals. And Braun looks at a strike. Brewers left fielder today is grounded out to second, grounded at first, and singled to left.
This is one guy that Broxton needs to be careful with. 4 for 10, home run and a double.
Pulled foul.
Head in the count. Now maybe he can get Braun to expand his zone and get himself out.
0-2 the count. Cardinals have turned 3 double plays today. The 0-2. Right where Yachty set up. Fastball away, and he hit his spot.
You need to get him to reach it a little bit, but
Braun is really good, though, at going to right field.
Yep. See if he gets a slider.
The 0-2. Hit out of play.
Out in front a little bit on that one, popping it up, out of play. Slider again. Off the plate and away.
Broken bat hit up the middle. Out there and out there. 4 double plays turned by St. Louis today. Started by Wong, stepping on the bag and going across the diamond to Brandon Moss. If you're Craig Counsell, you have nothing to lose if it's even close. It's not. It's a double play. 4 of them for the Cardinals. Cardinals baseball is brought to you by Bud Light. Raise 1-2 right now. And by Ford, the official cars and trucks of the St. Louis Cardinals. Rainy afternoon here at Busch Stadium in St. Louis. The game summary: Nelson, 6 innings, 7 hits, gave up 3 runs. Flores is 2 for 3. Wainwright, the story for the Cardinals, 7 scoreless innings. He induced 3 double plays. The Cardinals have gotten 4 today. And Colton Wong, a 2-run triple. New pitcher is the lone lefty that they have in their pen, Will Smith. And a fastball taken low by Brandon Moss. Moss, Molina, and Wong. This is our Chevy call to the pen. Popped up. Second baseman Scooter Gennett puts it away for the out. Boy, he hit that high.
He can hit somebody.
4th inning. Hit number 1,500 for Yadier Molina. 34th catcher all time with 34 hits. Seung-Hwan Oh throwing in the pen. He's hit the ball hard a couple of times today. Last time in the 5th turned out to be a 4-6-3 double play. Just saw that base hit moments ago. He scored later in the inning. Also grounded out to 3rd with a high chopper. Breaking ball taken high, 2 balls, no strikes.
According to the stats, Yadi's never faced Will Smith. It's hard to believe. He was on the disabled list earlier this year with a LCL sprain in his right knee.
Four double plays turned is a season high.
It's more indicative of what the Cardinal infield can do rather than all the errors we've seen. Good rip right there. Smith last year was 7-2, 2.70 ERA and 76 appearances. Led the Brewers in appearances for the second consecutive season. Got him from Kansas City.
Molina strikes out. Colton Wong with our AT&T high-speed replay. This is back in the 4th inning. Flores went for this baseball, got by him, goes all the way to the wall. That would score Piscotty and Molina. And Wong with a triple.
A lot more confidence now. The first day that he's since coming back up from Memphis that he's been in the infield, playing his normal position, second.
Back to Smith, tried to barehand it, gets a piece of it, and makes the play. That'll send us to the 9th inning. 7 hits aside, and it's 3-0 Cardinals. Chevy called to the pen, and it takes us to Sung Won Oh, with the Cardinals leading by the score of 3-0. Second save opportunity this season. We are in the top of the 9th here at Busch Stadium on a rainy afternoon. Wouldn't be a game with Owen without a shot of Eugene Koo.
It's the first time he's had a save opportunity since taking over. He's had 2 appearances since Rosenthal's been demoted, but both of them were not in save situations, and he looked a little shaky. So let's see if he can get back out here and just show you why he is the Korean all-time saves leader, and then went to Japan the last 2 years and picked up 80 more saves there.
Up and in. Trying to hold on for Adam Wainwright. Wainwright would go to 7-5. 98 pitches today. 56 went for strikes. Gets the slider and struck him out.
That's the O we're accustomed to seeing, all the strikeouts.
This copyrighted telecast presented by the authority of the Cardinals and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the Cardinals.
Second in National League relief strikeouts.
Ground ball hit up the middle. Wong backhands to first. Oh, what a play. Colton Wong. Defense sensational here today.
Oh, you talked about it on the road trip when he makes a great defensive play, ignites his hitting. Today it was more like his hitting has ignited this good all-around play. Well on the shortstop side of the second base bag. Look at how strong this throwing arm is, and right there, a nice stretch by Moss, but a terrific play by Colton Wong. He has the game-winning RBI, a great defensive play. Nieuwenhuis is only 1 for 1 off of O.
Cardinals defense, 4 double plays turned. You think about the outstanding catch of Tommy Pham in that play just a second ago by Colton Wong, and Wainwright is our Budweiser player of the game.
Good choice. Watch your fingers.
The 2-1 pitch. Now 2-2. With a chance at another series win against Milwaukee. The Cardinals a strike away.
Played him 3 times in 3 different series this year. Would be the 3rd win this year off Milwaukee. First 2 series, Cardinals won 2 out of 3. They finish off this one and win. You've got to get the sweep tomorrow behind Michael Wacha. No walks. Put him away in this pitch.
See if O can end this rainy day here at the ballpark with a strikeout. He does, and the Cardinals win it 3-0. They have taken the first 2 in this series.
What a difference 48 hours makes. The Cardinals look like they're the team that we know they are. They're back playing in the Central Division where they can dominate, and they have to dominate these games to make up some ground, pick up ground on the Cubbies, who will play later tonight.
Cardinals win it 3-0. Wainwright, his 7th victory of the season. Post-game show. Scott Warman, Rick Horton standing by. That comes your way next.